Okay, good morning everybody. It's 9:30, so we'll start this hearing session. So welcome to this stage 2 hearing session on the Sheffield Local Plan. Can everybody hear me? Great, thank you. My name is Rosie Morgan. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Planning Inspector. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State alongside my colleagues Katie Child beside me and David Troy to hold the examination into the soundness of the Sheffield Plan. The examination is based on the draft version of the plan which was published in January 2023. Our role is to examine the plan and determine whether it is legally compliant and soundly based, as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. As part of this, we'll be considering all written evidence and representations, and we'll also take account of all verbal submissions and comments made at the hearing sessions. So this morning's session will cover site policies and allocations in 3 sub-areas of the Sheffield Plan. Firstly, southwest Sheffield, and then we'll move on to Stocksbridge, Deepcar, and finally the Chapeltown and High Green area. As with the stage 1 sessions, we may discuss potential changes to the plan, and there may be some action points. We've asked the Council to keep a running list of potential main modifications and action points discussed at each session. After this morning's session, there'll be a closing session between the Council and the inspectors, which will be led by Katie Child, where we'll check this list and we'll discuss any practical outstanding matters and next steps. So before we go into the agenda, I have a few practicalities to run through. Firstly, just to remind everybody that the sessions are being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, and the link's available on the Council's Local Plan webpage. Secondly, Ian Kemp over there is the Programme Officer, responsible for the practical arrangements for the examination. If you have any practical issues during the session today, please see Ian. Hopefully everyone's got a copy of the agenda. If not, see Ian. And just as a reminder, please check that mobile phones are turned off or silent. Thank you. If you're intending to film or record the session and share any images online or with others, please be aware that you'll be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. Can I now ask the Council to run through any fire alarm procedures or other practical matters?
Yes, good morning everybody. It's Thursday and we're not expecting any fire alarm tests today, so if you do hear the fire alarm, then it is a real fire alarm. Please, if you could make your way down the large stairs that you came up and out of the main entrance of the Town Hall, and we would collect together across the way by the jewellers. If anybody has any problems accessing the stairs, please do let us know and a member of the Town Hall staff will assist. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just in terms of how the session will run, I think many people here are familiar with how these things take place. As a reminder, it will take the form of a structured discussion based on the agenda that we have before us. It's an opportunity for me to find out more about practical matters and also an opportunity for you to comment and express your views. My initial questions will often be aimed at the Council, but there will be plenty of time for everyone to respond or comment. And if you do wish to make a point at any stage, if you can, as usual, put your nameplate on its end, and I'll bring you in as soon as possible. So I'm hoping to be able to complete this session this morning. We'll see. There's quite a few things to cover, so we'll see how we get on. We'll certainly take a mid-morning break of around 15 minutes. If it is taking longer, then we may have to have a short lunch break, but we'll see how we go. So before we start on the main agenda, let's just go around the table and ask everybody to introduce themselves, please. Starting with the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead.
Sarah Reid, King's Counsel. I'm the Barrister for the Council.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer for the Council.
John King, Planning Policy Officer for the City Council. Simon Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Council.
Good morning, Chris Hanson, Principal Planning Officer at Sheffield City Council.
Morning, Mike Johnson, Head of Planning at the City Council.
Morning, Rachel Martin, ID Planning for HFT.
Good morning, Philip Javel-Zelenko, DLP Planning on behalf of the University of Sheffield.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just repeat your name? I didn't catch that.
Yep, it's a bit difficult. Javel-Zelenko.
Roland Bolton, on behalf of Hallam Land Management, Inspired Villages, and for Matter 17 Limes Development.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, DLP Planning, I didn't say that. That's a company, that's a consultancy company. The others are the people I'm representing, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions about how the hearings will operate? Okay, then we will then progress on to the main agenda, starting with matter 15 on South West Sheffield. Okay, so starting with policy SA7, and then we'll move on to the specific site allocations for the southwest sub-area. So I've got a number of questions about sites. If there's any questions about other sites, including emission sites, they can be raised under item 13. If anybody just wants to speak about emission sites, I will allow that briefly. Any comments will need to be kept short, just a couple of minutes, and I won't be asking the council any questions about those sites. Okay. So starting then with agenda item 2, policy SA7. Policy sets out a housing requirement for the 2 neighbourhood plan areas in South West Sheffield. So my first question is about, just a point of clarification really, about the requirement for the Broomhill, Broomfield, Endcliffe, Summerfield and Tapton BSc neighbourhood plan. So and it's specifically about the clause in the policy, it's restricting development in the area to conversion or redevelopment of existing buildings and sites. Can I ask the council just to explain the reason for including that in their policy, please?
Thank you, yes. With regards to that part of the policy, genuinely it reflects the wording of the adopted BSc neighbourhood plan, which in itself reflects the fact that there aren't any allocated sites, or there weren't at that stage, in the BSc area, and there isn't a great deal of land available for development in that area. So the opportunities that do arise tend to be windfalls linked to redevelopment of existing sites or conversion of existing buildings. It's as simple as that. So it's taken from that plan. In terms of if there was development on a greenfield site in that area to come forwards, there really aren't a great deal of sites in that area. It's very heavily built up. We think that the phrase redevelopment of existing sites covers that because it isn't specified that it's limited to previously developed land. And in those circumstances, obviously, any development proposals would be considered against other policies in the plan, including GS1. So that's where that is taken from. It's just clarifying where that figure comes from and what its origin is.
So do all of the existing sources of supply in footnote 25 fall within those categories then?
Yes, the figure of 224 homes, at least 224 homes in that area, reflected the position with regards to planning permissions that were extant at that stage. And they all fell into the category of existing sites for redevelopment or conversion.
Okay, I suppose that perhaps I wasn't sure if it's something that's a requirement of the neighbourhood plan anyway, whether it's needed to include it in the strategic policy, whether you're going to detail
to be fair, it doesn't necessarily need to use the term limited. We could revise it to say through conversion or redevelopment of existing buildings and sites, just to reflect the sort of the nature of their neighbourhood plan. We're not. It wasn't intended to be a restrictive clause. It was more setting out what the expectation is in that area, following from the neighbourhood plan, really.
So it's following the neighbourhood plan rather than... I suppose I wasn't sure whether really it was necessary in a strategic policy to go into that level of detail, but I mean...
I think on reflection you're probably right, because it's just the requirement of the framework to set out an indicative housing number for the neighbourhood plan areas, isn't it? So on that basis, I suppose the figure alone stands, albeit that obviously will change over time as windfall sites come forward in that area. We weren't envisaging that was a static figure, which is why it's expressed as at least. So certainly open to amending that or removing that part of the text, if that makes it clearer.
Mr. Bolton, did you want to make a comment on this?
Well, I'm just commenting on the fact this is one of the areas where there's extreme demand for housing. It's a very popular residential area. It's in one of the few areas in the council's wider city where development is viable and can deliver affordable housing as part of the development. And yet, what you've heard is there is no allocations, none at all. All it is existing planning permissions, existing commitments. And that goes, if you like, to the heart of what you're considering in terms of whether or not this is an appropriate strategy of trying to put everything into the town centre with 1 or 2 bedroom apartments on unviable sites by the council's own assessment. I think it's kind of just highlights the how far this plan is from reality and how far it is from actually delivering what the city really needs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this comments. Do you want to?
Just going to thank Mr. Bolton for his observation that it's a very high demand area, and that much is true. And obviously, we welcome development coming forwards there. That's what I was trying to explain. It's not a limiting policy, it's an at least figure, but it's reflective of the fact that it's an almost entirely built up in an urban area. It doesn't have any boundary. The neighbourhood plan area doesn't have a boundary that falls where there is space for development other than through redevelopment of existing sites or conversion, and so it's reflective of the fact on the ground, really.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions on that. I'll reflect on the comments made. So, unless anybody has any further comments on policy SA7, we'll move on to site SWS01 to start with. And can I ask the council for clarification about this one? Is this an allocation that you're still wishing to retain? It was just the most recent information that you've provided on the trajectory says it's moved outside of the plan period. Can you just confirm that, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I can confirm. So, following a further critique of this site, we are proposing to deallocate. So I think that was partly put across in the trajectory, but wasn't clear. And the reasons for that are following no response from the landowner, and the site is in multiple ownership, two of which own the adjoining camera shop, which this car park serves, and permission expired in 2012. So therefore, following a further critique, and as the site isn't located in an area of wider regeneration or in an identified programme, we propose to deallocate this site.
Ms. Reid.
Yeah, just a very quick one, I suppose, logistically. Obviously, a few sites have been identified both today and yesterday for deallocation, and we were just wondering whether it would assist you for us to provide an update to the trajectory tables that we provided, just perhaps track changing, crossing them through, so that everything still appears in the same place as it did before, but so that you have that to hand.
Yes, I was actually going to deal with that issue in the closing session when we get to it, because I think it is going to be important to have that point in time, isn't it, where we have a trajectory to discuss when we come to the Matter 18 housing supply session. So yes, but thank you. We will definitely come back to that.
Okay, so thank you. So deleting SWS01 then, that's main modification. And then obviously the related questions on that one, A and B, don't need to ask those then. So So then we can move on to item 4, which was SWS02, land at Napier Street. And this one I understand is there's a current application for a higher number. Can you just give us an update on what's happening with this site, please?
Yeah, certainly. So in terms of its development status, you're right, it's got a live application at the moment for 318 units. The site does currently have extant planning permission as part of the site was implemented for 237 units, but they've already been built out in 2019, and that's along the southern part of the site along Napier Street. These are built-to-rent apartments by Granger Limited. The remainder part of the site is now subject to a new live application for 318 units. In terms of progress with the application, the proposal is acceptable in principle, and the area that we are awaiting further confirmation is approval of an updated flood modelling, which the applicant has submitted to the EA for approval. In terms of your question about what the capacity should be, the Council consider upon reflection that the capacity should be reduced back down at this stage to 113 units, as was proposed following the SFRA Level 2 modelling. And this would be consistent with our approach on other sites. However, if the site does gain full planning permission, we could provide a note to set that out. But for now, at this point in time, we propose putting the capacity back down to 113, but remaining in year 5 of the trajectory.
So anticipating, sorry, that the 113 would be developed in the year 5, did you say?
That's correct, yeah.
And can you just provide a little bit more information what you've based that assessment on?
Certainly. So the new application is by Granger Limited, who have built out the area, as I set out, to the south of the site. So they have put in for a new scheme. So it's a continuation of the same developer. And as the planning application is at a very advanced stage, subject to this final approval from the Environment Agency on the updated modelling, we felt that the scheme was deliverable within the first 5-year period. Just to be clear that the application is a full application for the remaining part of the site, and we've put the reference in the trajectory of that application.
Thank you for that. And then the proposed modification to reduce the site area and capacity on flood risk grounds, this, so that then would still be required as originally proposed then? Are you still proposing that modification?
Thank you, Mum. Yes. The current position would recommend that modification. So that takes account of the current analysis of the level 2 SFRA. Obviously, if this future site-specific model were to be approved and permission granted, then that's where that uplifting capacity would come from.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have any further questions on that. And so then the last part of this question was removing this site as a strategic site from the policy and related changes to map 12. So again, with the reduced capacity staying at 113, is that's still...
Yes, that's right. It's the requirement for it to be a strategic site is 200 units, and it was incorrectly identified as a strategic site because the overall scheme had been bigger than that to start with, but obviously part of it's been built. So no, it doesn't meet that criteria.
Okay, so they would be main modifications then. The modification to reduce the site area and capacity on flood risk grounds, removal of SOS02 as a strategic site, and the capacity, a main modification to just clarify the capacity. I think it was a bit unclear, was it, before in the plan? It said different things in different places, I think. So.
Yeah, I think the original version of the plan had incorrectly noted the full capacity of the scheme, including the built-out part in it. So if we standardise that at 113 units across all the places it's mentioned.
Okay, thank you. So then, moving on to item 5. I see from the note that you provided recently that this is proposed to be deallocated due to it being within flood risk zone 3B. Yeah, I don't have any further questions on that. So yeah, that would be a main modification. And then site SWS04. Again, there's just a change to the capacity here from 60 to 67, just based on a current application. To update on that one.
Yeah, certainly. So just to confirm, it's 67 units. So there's a full planning permission for this site has been recommended for approval and is expected to be considered by the planning committee within the next couple of months. So the current capacity reflects the planning application for 67 units.
Okay, thank you. And then it's included in the trajectory for year 2028 to 2030. Can you just explain what you've based that on and the key milestones? Does this site require clearing demolition of existing buildings? And I was just wondering what you'd taken into account in the trajectory assumptions. Thanks.
Yeah, certainly. So it's the starting point would be table 7 in the Healer with lead-in times, which this reflects, but it's also based on information directly from the applicant. We're obviously aware that it is still subject to final approval at planning committee. However, we have put forward this time frame because committee is due in a couple of months. So we are of the view that is clearly available and deliverable in the first 5 years. But you are correct, there are existing buildings on the site. This has been factored in. However, I don't have to hand the exact milestones from the applicant, but we could certainly speak to colleagues in development management if that would assist.
I mean, yeah, I think that it's just with the nature of this site, it did seem quite soon, perhaps, to have completions by 2028, but if you've got any further information.
Further advice if they've got a time frame for demolition, that would help. We could provide that back to you.
If you do have any more detailed information about that, just as the sort of timelines and the delivery assumptions, just to support that inclusion within that first 5 years.
Certainly. I'd hope we'd have that by the end of the session, so we'll feed back straight away. Okay.
So I had included an item on site SWS 06 on the agenda. I think on further reflection, I don't have any further questions on that one. So I'll move on to SWS 08. And actually that one, I think we have already agreed to deallocate it, so don't need to come back to that one. I think it was slightly, I think there's still some outstanding completions, aren't there, but it's nearly finished, so It's
Oh, yeah, for SWS 08. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's still there's just five of the 37 units remaining. Yeah.
it's virtually finished, so yeah, that's fine. So no further questions on that one. So then if we can move on to SWS 11, which we did talk about briefly the other day when Sport England were here, Abbeydale Tennis Club. So we talked about the Sport England review, but we didn't talk about the availability of the site. And so, I note that you'd contacted the landowner, but there hasn't been a response. So it was just, if you can just comment on whether really there is a reasonable prospect of development on this site in 2035, 2036, which I think is where it's included in the trajectory. Please.
Yes, certainly, ma'am. So you're correct, the site did have permission for 14 units, which expired in 2021, which is how the site came in to be an allocation through that mechanism. The council are of the view that the site is in single ownership. There has been activity following the 2021 application to amend the scheme. However, that was withdrawn. At this stage, I don't have the exact details as to why that was. However, the site is in single ownership in a very strong housing market area, and the principle through the planning application that has expired through the discussions with Sport England has resolved those constraints on the site. So the council are of the position that, owing to its single ownership and strong housing market area, we believe that there is a reasonable prospect that the site would come forward within the time frame set out of year 11 in the plan period.
Okay, it'd be interesting to have a bit more information, I suppose, to understand why the application had been withdrawn, really, if that is something that you would be able to
It is, yeah.
provide.
We will be able to provide that for you. And again, just to reiterate, it is in an area where, as has been stated already, there are limited opportunities for development, which is a reason why it has remained as an allocation, albeit later in the plan period. But certainly we'll be able to clarify those reasons for you.
Yeah, if you could come back on that, that would be useful. Thank you. Mr. Bolton, do you want to comment at this point?
Just a quick comment. The application was a full application. The applicant went through 4 or 5 discharge of conditions, so they put some effort in and then decided not to go forward. And I think on that basis you can't assume that it's an available site at the present time. Because if someone's put that amount of effort in an area such as this, you would have expected it to come forward, and if it's not coming forward, there's a good reason for that. And that's land ownership constraint, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think, as we've said, we'll get further clarification, but obviously we can't speculate at this time as to what those reasons are, but we will provide clarification.
So no, that would be helpful, I think. Thank you. Okay, then so item 10 is site SWS 13, and this one is included within the first 5 years. I just wanted to check with you because I understand from what you've said recently that the site has planning permission, it's been implemented, but there are existing uses on the site and there's uncertainty about when they are likely to be relocated. So on that basis, really, can there be certainty it can be developed within 5 years?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we would also agree, based on the information, that we would propose that the site is moved into Year 6, so 2030-31. The site has planning permission from 2020, which has been implemented, and conditions do continue to be discharged in 22 and 2023. However, as you set out, contact with the agent recently this year has suggested that they're unsure of specific start on site timeframes owing to the relocation of the businesses on the site. So we would propose that delivery is moved into Year 6 to allow for this timeframe.
Yes, I think that would be that would be good. Yeah, you can make a note of that. So then I've put in matter item 11, any other issues arising from the council's latest availability information. Actually, there was a couple of things that I'd picked up on this, just to raise quickly, that I hadn't put on the agenda separately. Just a couple of points of clarification, actually. On site SWS 10, lands to the south of Springvale Gospel Hall. Was this one, were you proposing to change the capacity on this one? I can see there's a current application, or leave it at 14.
Yes, ma'am. So there is subject to a full live application for 53 apartments. So we were proposing the capacity was changed to 53 units for this particular site. I'm just wondering if we offer, if you would require any further confirmation on time frames. So I have put in the note that there's an extension of time until November 2024 for a decision. Would you require some further information on milestones?
Yeah, sorry, just going back to the earlier discussion that we had about site SWS02 then, and on that one you were keeping with the original capacity because it hadn't got permission. Was that an approach that you were taking? I was just wondering about consistency with that one.
Yeah, so I think SWS02 we proposed to go with that was in relation to flood risk reasons to change the capacity. But for, I think, SWS04 forward, we were proposing the capacity as set out in the full planning application that's still yet to be determined at planning committee. So yes, to answer your question, I suppose that we look at it on a site-by-site basis, but with these particular schemes, because they're so far advanced in the planning process, we feel that there's certainty that that particular capacity, which is higher than the rule of thumb set out in the HELA, we felt that there was enough evidence to show that that capacity would be delivered.
Okay, and yeah, in terms of the timescales then for delivery, you're showing the 53 units in years 29 to 30. If you could just set out some further information about that, the basis for that assumption.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think possibly like with SWS 04, we would just need to go and consult with the Development Management Officer for the most up-to-date and specific details on that particular scheme.
Okay. So we come back later on that one then?
Yes. By today, we'll be able to get that information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bolton?
Yes, I mean, this is a site we know because we've looked at it previously. And to get 53 units on this site, you've got to go 5 stories. This is an area of suburban development. Everything's 2 stories around it. So have the council actually got commitment that the 5 story, because 5 stories is essential to achieve that number. So have you got a sign-off that 5 stories is going to be acceptable on that site?
I think we'll be able to confirm that following discussions with the Development Management Officer, but we'll come back with confirmation by the end of this session on that scheme. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And sites, I mean, if you provide the updated trajectory, I think this would probably confirm this anyway, but I think the most recent information that you've provided suggests that SWS 12 and 16 are both complete, so on that basis would be deallocated. Is that right?
I will just have a quick check for you. Yes, I've been told yes. Someone's got to it before me. Yes, to confirm SWS 12, site completed in 23-24, yep. And the same for SWS 16.
Okay, so that would be main modifications to those 2. And on SWS 10, we'll come back to that one, the capacity question in relation to further information that you'll supply. Yeah. Okay. Okay, does anybody have any other comments about any of the sites?
Thank you. I would briefly like to draw your attention to an area where the existing Citron building of Glossop Road is located. This is a site from the University of Sheffield. We have alluded to that in our written statement WS15/2 and also included our site plan on page 5. The site consists of, as I said, of the existing Citron building, another existing building along Glossop Road, plus very recently an extension, basically. Planning permission has been granted on adjacent to the existing Citron building for the Faculty of Health Facilities. Currently, the site where those buildings are on is designated as a residential zone, but we would suggest that given the existing Citron building is there, very recently, only 2 months ago, planning permission was granted for this new building on the site next to it, and also there is another existing building. We would suggest that this should rather be designated as a university and college zone. Now, opposite of the site, there is the Halmshire Hospital, so designated as hospital zone, and just on the other side, where the Citron building is, plus the Faculty of Health Facilities, these facilities provide research in this area of medical science. If you look at the wider context, further down Glossop Road, we've also got University College Zone from Hallamshire, from Sheffield Hallam, and then further up to the northeast, another University College zone from the University of Sheffield itself. So it's this area around Glossop Road, we would assume is initially had a residential character, but is now transformed due to new buildings built by the University of Sheffield in close connection to the hospital and current or existing buildings of the university itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we did have a discussion, I think, actually, about this particular issue at an earlier session when there was we had a wider discussion about University of Sheffield matters, and that this point was raised, and it was something that we'd make a note of to have a look at and think about. The wider zoning policy is something that we'll come back to at a later session on in terms of the stage 3 hearings of the plan as well. So yes, this is something that we've heard your comments, and we will think about that and reflect on. And as I say, when we come back in the stage 3 sessions, we'll be looking again at the zones and the residential zones and the university college zones as well. So we'll think about these points as well in relation to those discussions. But thank you for making those points.
May I ask which matter that is for stage 3? Which matter is it?
Which
yeah.
Sorry, just have to bear with us, just checking the... Yes, we think it might be matter 20, but we can confirm that later via the programme officer, which matter it is. So we'll get back to you and confirm that via Mr. Kemp, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bolton?
Thank you. Just a general point and then a quick run through of an omission site. The general point, and I must admit I thought I'd sat down to the wrong session this morning when I heard that there were no other opportunities for development in this area. And my view is that the southwest of Sheffield has significant opportunities. I accept that the council have effectively ruled them out on the basis that they do not consider that there are the circumstances to review the green belt. But if you find differently, which I suggest you should do, you will find that our earlier submissions identify that the City Council themselves are significant landowners in this area. Land that I believe they acquired during a point of time when they were thinking about some clearances, etc., so that they own significant amounts of farmland around here, and that's identified in our submissions to you at the earlier matters. So it is an area I would suggest of potential great opportunity, and the opportunity for the council to actually achieve significant funding for urban regeneration if they took a different, what I would think, more appropriate approach to planning for the needs of the city as a whole. And having made that grand speech, I'm now going to talk about quite a small size. It sounds quite weird, but it probably throws up where we are. And this is our Regulation 19 submission to you was on a site at for Door Nursery, down in Door. It's proposed for extra care. What we do know is that there's an undisputed need for market extra care in the city. The level of need is disputed, but the fact that it's there isn't. That need, through the assessment, both locally and indeed nationally, if you look at the NPPG, is a critical need. And that's important because that has been found to represent very significant or very important very special circumstances in some cases. I'm thinking of Sun in Common Appeal. When one looks at this site itself, this site was not assessed as part of the Greenbelt assessment. A much larger area was assessed, which included open Greenbelt land. If you look at the site that's being proposed for development and release, it is effectively a garden centre. It's predominantly enclosed. It's a separate unit from the wider countryside. No one can look at it and consider it to be part of the wider countryside or indeed wider, or part of the wider Greenbelt. It has roads on two sides, and when looked at, if you pull out from it, it's kind of got development on three sides. The planning permission has been put in and turned down, and the reason we thought it had very special circumstances was its very limited Greenbelt function. The critical need for this type of development, and the fact that this type of development doesn't actually compete well with residential because it can't afford the same residential values. We already know that some of the sites, or the majority of sites Sheffield have identified, aren't viable in terms of residential development. That will render them unviable, even more unviable in terms of extra care. That's because the models are different in that there's a lot more community space being provided, and indeed the care all puts up the cost of the development. So urgent and critical need. It also has the benefits of releasing family homes. We've heard throughout this the very few sites that are coming forward for family housing, and that is the majority of the need that's been identified. It delivers savings for health services and improved health for residents. So there's a lot of benefits to come out from it, and we would have thought that actually makes very special circumstances in order to allow an application to be approved, but certainly it means that when one looks at it in terms of making an allocation could be made. And in terms of making allocations for extra care or older persons housing, you can do that, because although it might be a C3 or C2 use, if you are specific that it's for that use, then that will be upheld on appeal, and it won't go for general housing. And there's a number of appeal cases that would support that. So it's something you could do if you think this site is suitable for extra care. Then you could make the suggestion that the plan would still be sound if it included that, and might assist the soundness of the plan. We have gone back in with a second application with a reduced size of development, and the council have helpfully commented on whether or not it's grey belt or not, taking into account the ministerial statement, which of course is a material consideration at the present time. They say that it doesn't naturally fit into any of the categories in the ministerial statement, but the categories are: is it on the existing edge of settlement and or surrounded or enclosed or on roads? Yes, it is. It's clearly on the edge of the existing settlement. Little or environmental or aesthetic value. I will let you make your own mind up, but my mind is quite clear that it is of little aesthetic or environmental value being a working. And lastly, limited contribution to the greenbelt purposes. This is a small site, and when one looks at, greenbelt purposes, encroachment, there's already buildings on it. Our neighbouring towns, how does it affect the coalescence of neighbouring towns? Not quite sure where the next town is. Hathersage, I would suggest, is a village, but it's a good few miles over the peaks. So really, I would think, not that it's something you can do anything other than have a passing relationship to, but certainly if you look at what might be considered as grey belt, this certainly must be the types of sites that the Minister was talking about. So
Thank you.
That's my 2 minutes, probably more, sorry. And I know you're not going to ask any questions, so thanks.
Okay, do you want to come in, Miss Stevens, now?
When I was talking about limited opportunities for development, it was directly in response to your question about SA7B, which was the BBest neighbourhood plan area, which clearly doesn't reflect the entirety of the southwest of Sheffield sub-area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Miss Martin had was that a point specifically in relation to what Miss Stevens was saying? No. Miss Martin.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't want to go through my whole submission, but I'd just draw your attention to our submission for the allocation of a site to meet a specific identified need for people with learning disabilities to assist my clients' delivery of that specific need in allocating a site on the edge of Door so that they can expand and provide their services in the future. Thank you. Oh, could I just make one other final point? Going back to site SWS 11, Abbeydale Tennis Club. Sorry, I didn't mention this earlier. I listened back to some of the Sport England discussion on Tuesday about that site. And whilst I note that they had been satisfied previously, they, from my point, and they accepted that an allocation would be acceptable, there's still a development control process. They didn't say they wouldn't object to an application on that site again. The site is, they are very active tennis courts on that site. And my thoughts are, I just can't see it being delivered. It's a hugely successful sports facility. In terms of development control, if an application is made on that site, despite the comment about ball net fencing would be required, there is a standoff distance for ball net fencing as well. My thoughts are that's why it wasn't delivered previously. And I just can't see that it's going to come forward in this plan period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those observations. Mr. Johnson.
Just in respect of Sport England, obviously Sport England were here to speak for themselves and didn't raise that as an issue. In relation to ball net fence, the fencing to prevent ball strike, that has been considered in previous planning applications at development management stage and found to be acceptable, including the design for that and the location for that. So that's not a concern of the local authority.
Okay, thank you, Miss Roden.
Just to follow on point for SWS 11, I now have some further information regarding the withdrawn application. So in late 2021, there was an application to vary a condition from the 2017 original application. However, it was understood that the application in 2017 wasn't actually implemented. So it was a technicality that the conditions application then obviously couldn't proceed. So I think this just demonstrates that in late 2021, there was still development and developer interest in bringing forward this site. So that's one of the reasons, again, as I explained, why we've put it into year 11, because we do believe there is a reasonable prospect that the site could come forward in that time frame.
So just to be clear, the reasons for the withdrawn conditions, as we said, we weren't going to speculate. It wasn't to do with design or layout. It was a technicality to amend a condition on the 2017 application. Because the applicants had been under the misapprehension that the planning permission was still extant from 2017.
So it lapsed then in 2021? Or so?
That's correct,
Yeah.
ma'am, yeah.
And there hasn't been any attempt then to, for any revised application then, since then?
Not to our knowledge, ma'am, no.
Okay, thank you. I'll reflect on that one. Ms Stevens, did you want to comment now? Okay, so if there's no other questions on matter 15, we can move on to matter 16. I don't know if anybody needs to change positions for this one. Or come to the table for matter 16, Stocksbridge Deepcar. I'll just give you a few minutes to get sorted. Okay then, so if we can progress with matter 16, and for those people that have just joined us around the table, can I just ask if you could just introduce yourselves, please?
Good morning, Joanna Gabrielazzi of JLL representing Speciality Steel, owners of the Stocksbridge steel site.
So can you just repeat your name? I didn't catch it.
Joanna Gabrielazzi.
Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Strata Homes.
Okay, thank you. So again, we'll start with the policy, SA8, and then move on to sites. So the first question, which matter, item 13, some modifications to the policy suggested by the council. Now, these are all quite detailed points. I don't really have any questions, to be honest, on on any of those.
That's fine.
Those matters. The first one, correction to the text in footnote 26. That's just a minor change. It's just a correction, isn't it? So that's not a main modification. Just to correct an error, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously I would just highlight that those figures are likely to change further given conclusions regarding the sites.
Yes, yeah, appreciate that. And again, B, is this just the identification of strategic sites on map 13 and the policies map? That's just to correct an error, is it?
It is. They should have been identified as strategic sites. They meet the criteria, the thresholds for those.
And they're already in the policy, so it's just correcting the map.
Yeah, it was a mapping error.
Yeah, so again, I see that's just a minor change.
Thank you.
And then C and D, removal of reference to the district centre and reference to the rail industry. That's just, I suppose they are providing additional clarifications to the policy, so that would be main modification.
I mean, Fox Valley is not identified as an individual district centre in the policies map. It's part of the wider Stocksbridge district centre, so therefore it doesn't need to be referenced separately in that policy, so that's hopefully fairly straightforward. And the modification D, it's just to recognise obviously the importance of the rail industry and their involvement in the delivery of the Don Valley line.
So yeah, I think there's the first two just minor changes. The second two main modifications. Yeah. So does anybody have any additional further comments on policy SA8? Otherwise, we'll move on to the site-specific points. No. So item 14, SDO1, reduction in net developable area for flood risk reasons. This is a very small change, isn't it? That comes from the SFRA too, does it?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Yeah, there's a small area of flood zone 3B on the site, so we recommended a 0.01 hectare reduction to this.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have any further comments. That would be a main modification. And then the next question. This was a follow-up question, really, from the discussion that we had about flood risk at an earlier session. In the stage 2 hearings. I think actually there's an error on that. I think it should say SDO7 and not SDO3. But it was just a thought, I think, that we had following that discussion as to whether a way of avoiding the need to do further flood modelling work for those sites could be avoided by removing the areas from the developable area. So just your comments on that really, or whether they should be kept in.
Thank you, Mum. Yes, I think that could be appears sort of appropriate. So SDO3, which is the Site A, Stocksbridge Steelworks, the site boundary runs against the river, and there's quite a steep bank, a wooded bank that comes up from the river, and the area of flood zone is completely contained sort of within that wooded banked area. So I think it's likely would be undevelopable anyway, and actually the net estimated housing area for that site. It's about 1.5 hectares smaller than the overall site area. So I think a condition like that would potentially work there. 'Cause, the other point probably just to make on that is that's within a local wildlife site, the area of flood risk as well. So again, I think that probably would remain undeveloped as part if the site were to come forward. Just bear with me on that site SD07. I'll just confirm where the flood area was on that one.
So sorry, just for going back to SDO3 then, I appreciate that the area at risk of flooding then would be it's in the local wildlife site area and it probably wouldn't be developed anyway for other reasons. Would that change then to remove that area be...
No, I think effectively that's already been taken account of in our estimates of the net housing area already. I'm just attempting to download the documents, look at the SFRA for site SD07. Just bear with me. Yes, I think that would be appropriate for site SD07. I'm just having a look. I think effectively, the area of flood risk runs along the road on the edge of the site. So I think there will be a very minimal change to the developable area, probably less than 0.1 of a hectare, 0.01 of a hectare.
I'm
sorry, can you not hear that? Sorry, I'm told I'm being too quiet. Yes, I think there was a very small area of flood zone 2 that ran along the edge of site SD07, effectively along the road. It appears there's a flow route mapped there. So again, I think a condition to restrict development in that area would potentially be appropriate and remove that need for additional mapping. And I think it will probably result in a very small change to the net developable area, but we could measure that and confirm that.
And so the question was, would that avoid the need to construct a new flood model? Was that...
I think it would be our view, yes, that would negate that need. Obviously, the main modification consultation stage, I'm sure the Environment Agency would want to comment on that as well. But I think we would be of the opinion that, yes, you'd be removing those areas of flood risk from the site, so would not require that modelling.
So if you could then propose an additional condition with for that site then?
Yes, that's fine.
To deal with that
issue.
I'd
be happy to
okay.
propose a condition on both
So
those
as an
sites.
action then, if you could come back with then proposed changes for that?
Yes, that's fine.
That's SD07.
SD07, yes.
Yeah.
That's,
we're coming on to SD03 anyway, aren't we, in a minute?
Okay.
In a bit more, the next one. So, so we can perhaps talk about that again, but yeah, so in terms of SD07, SD07, if you could come back with an additional modifications to the conditions.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. So then moving on to site
5003. A number of questions about this one. Just to begin with, looking at the evidence about delivery within years 6 to 10. You just comment on the assumptions that you've made for that, please.
Yeah, certainly. So within the updated trajectory, we incorrectly identified the site as being sold. It has not yet been sold. However, the site was submitted to us in 2019, the last call for sites, and we've had contact with the agent suggesting that there is a reasonable prospect that the site will come forward in the time frame we envisage. I think critically the statement submitted by the landowner is very positive about this site and indicates that they've had a lot of interest in the site from prospective developers, and that they believe the site could come forward within years 0 to 5. Obviously, we've taken a bit more of a cautious view, given that we don't have permission and it hasn't yet been sold, so we are sticking it within the 6 to 10 year period. So all in all, I think there's quite a strong indication this site will come forward in that time.
Is the site in existing use, or is it?
The site's currently still being used just as storage for the steelworks until it does go to market. So they're just going through governance issues at the moment before they can formally go to market and sell it. So the site will then eventually be surplus to requirements. It's purely open storage for the steelworks at the moment.
And are you able to advise on sort of timescales for that, for it sort of being identified as being surplus and being marketed? And
the indication at the moment is that once gone through the governance procedures, that the aim is to go to market next year, and then and as has been mentioned by the council so far, there is interest from a number of parties as well. So there is certainly strong interest already from soft market testing. The indication is that from there on, a planning application will be prepared with a view to a permission by circa 2026 to 27 and starting on site in 27 to 28, with first phase at 28 to 29 being completed. That's our indication at the moment, but that's the best we can give for now.
Okay, thank you for that. And there are, I think the council's slightly more cautious approach is perhaps sensible. There's clearly, just looking at the conditions on this site, there's quite a bit of work to be done before an application could be submitted in terms of archaeology work and various assessments. Has any of that work already been done, do you know? Technical work?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you. So, I think it's probably quite almost quite ambitious, even looking for year 6, perhaps. But yeah.
Can I just ask a question, Ma'am? I mean, we've proposed a build-out rate of 35 dwellings a year on the site within the 6 to 10 period. I don't know if there would be any further advice on that build-out rate. Again, it's quite cautious based on the Healer rule of thumb. But looking at the size of the site and the area, I mean, that build-out rate could possibly be achieved, could be higher than that within the 6 to 10 year period.
Well, that allowed, I mean, you've put it over that period, so it allows for some flexibility. So, yeah, I'm reasonably comfortable with that. Okay, that's fine. I don't have any further questions on that. So the second item in relation to this one, additional conditions specifying no development within the local wildlife site. And I suppose this perhaps is linked as well to the previous discussion about flood risk, and it's something we've talked about in other sites as well.
Yeah, I think it's linked to other discussions we've had about local wildlife sites and how they're treated within allocations. Obviously, the current condition requires that no development takes place in the local wildlife site, and we have agreed with Speciality Steels that there's no requirement for that. Obviously, if included within the allocation, it would be protected as a local wildlife site anyway. And perhaps we wouldn't want, we'd rather preserve it as a local wildlife site than use for other sort of open space purposes, I suppose.
Yes, I know this was something.
Sorry, he's looking at me to say something that I was going to add earlier, and I forgot. Yes, I think following the conversations that we've had with yourselves yesterday and the day before as well on various matters relating to site allocations that either contain or directly adjoin local wildlife sites and the implications of those in terms of conditions on development, I think what we'd suggest, if you're amenable, is producing a schedule to identify those allocations that are covered by this issue and why, just with a note for each of those sites of where we think we've got the most pragmatic approach to dealing with that issue. I think we recognise on reflection that each site is different, but we certainly talked through several yesterday which were quite specific, and again this is another one. Well, the wildlife site falls within the boundary, and some conditions on development reflect the fact that it's adjoining and some reflect the fact that it's within. So just to make sure that we're straight on all of those, I think what we'd suggest is a complete schedule of all the ones where that applies to clarify, if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful if you could do that. Thank you. If you can add that as an action. And then the suggestion to remove the specific requirement to provide open space along the riverside. This was from yourselves, was it? So Miss Gabrielazzi. Yeah.
I think going back to that final point as well, and sort of linking in the two, that the potential have potential to be overlapping matters in terms of within that area of the minimal area, which is about 4% of the site, which is within the flood zone, plus the open space element and the wildlife corridor. There is potential that, as long as there is flexibility within that wording and the practicality of the wording of the conditions, such that when it comes to putting the planning application together, it's allowing for BNG and open space, etc. And there's quite a few overlapping elements. So it's ensuring that it stays within the site allocation, but that there is that flexibility so that the mitigation can be appropriately provided, but that it's also not overly restrictive. On that point of open space, again, it will come down to how much of that can be provided on site and whether some of it may need to be off site as well. And we don't see that the wording of the condition should be that it is overly prescriptive, that it has to be all on site, because that could risk the overall scheme.
So the proposed change to the condition, I think, was just to remove the requirements for open space to be provided along the riverside specifically, rather than not on site, I think.
Yes, but also so that there is opportunity, if it can't be all provided on site, that there is opportunity elsewhere as well. Whether that could be through a planning obligation. We're not saying that that would be the case, but it's that the flexibility is there if some needed to be provided off-site.
Council want to comment on that at all?
I can come back briefly on that. I think we were content with removal of that particular condition on development because we agree that there needs to be flexibility as to where the open space is provided. in respect of the matter as to whether it's on site or not, that would be a matter for determination at planning application stage under NC 15 anyway. So that doesn't need any retention of a condition to ensure that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so that's fine then. So that one C main modification. And just going back to the issue about the flood risk condition and whether it would be useful to do a sort of similar condition in terms of SDO 7. Is that something that you could reflect on?
Yes, ma'am. I was just looking actually at the existing conditions. There's already a condition on that site that says areas with a 1 in 100 probability, including climate change allowance of flooding, should not be developed. So I think that effectively restricts development on that small 4% area of the site. As I say, it's quite a steeply wooded area alongside the river edge where that flood risk is on the site, so it wouldn't affect the main sort of level open area of the site from development.
I think it might be perhaps useful to review the conditions in terms of any additional conditions that are being added as part of the SFRA 2 in relation to that site and the existing conditions, just to check to see that it's all still complementary.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to take that away and look at that.
So if you could just have a look at those flood risk conditions and come back to us in the round. Then D, about the landscaped noise attenuation bund. I didn't have any comments on that one. That's fine. It's and the requirement for public transport provision, a change to that condition, that's something that's come about through discussions between yourselves, is it?
Yeah, it's a response to the representation submitted by Speciality Steels. It just recognises that there are bus services, frequent bus services along Manchester Road, which is directly adjacent to the site, and therefore the requirement that those services can be accessed within the site isn't really required.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have any further comments on that.
Excuse me, is that a main modification then?
Yes. Yeah. And D as well, I suppose, because it does change the specific requirements of the policy. Okay, so unless there's any further points on those specific points under matter 16 there, site SDO3. Okay. So if we move on then to item 17 on the agenda, which is about a proposed condition about mitigation for impacts on the A616. Can I just ask the council first to just give a little bit of background on this and the where it's come from, this requirement?
Yes, I think, Ma'am, we did discuss this question about developer contributions to highway improvements or transport improvements at stage 1. I think we discussed the need for a new supplementary planning document for developer contributions that will be developed following adoption of the plan, and that would include a formula for determining proportionate highway contributions. I think in terms of, perhaps just moving on to point B, your question about viability, I think it's because it's all sort of relevant to this question of how the SPD would operate, that obviously the contributions would need to be proportionate to the site's impact, and that would be determined through the SPD. And as discussed at the stage 1 hearings, the delivery of transport mitigations, when required, could be through a combination of SIL and developer contributions, but obviously the SPD would set out a formula for calculating proportionate developer contributions.
Okay, and then have you taken account of the potential impact on the viability of the sites in question, of this potential additional contribution requirement?
There is, within the viability assessment, there is a general assumption about a level of Section 106 contributions, which I think is of a level of about, from memory, I think £1,500 per dwelling is the average assumption in the whole plan viability assessment.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any further comments on that, unless anybody else wants to make a point on that. No. Okay then. So item 18. I just raised this because I think it's got a number of completions still outstanding, but I think we've already agreed that it would be deleted at an earlier session, so I just wanted to clarify that one, because I think this one's got a few more on it.
Yeah.
To still be deleted, I think.
I think we would, sorry to flip-flop on this, but we would like it to remain as an allocation because there's still 27 units to be completed on that site. And they are set to be delivered 24-25.
So further, sorry, the capacity would be 27. Oh. Sorry, I made a note it was 47, but is it 27? Is that the right number?
It's 27 units still to be. Hang on, I'll defer to my colleague. What's the spreadsheet?
It is 47, Ma'am. It's 20 in 24-25, and then the remaining in 25-26. So this was in error. Our general approach has been where there are 10 or less units remaining on a site, then we propose them to be deallocated. And this doesn't fit within this category, so it would remain as an allocation.
Okay, so we just need to amend our previous list of... I think it was deleting it was agreed previously as a main mod an earlier session, so it's just going back and amending that then to leave this one in. And would the capacity change then?
No, the capacity would still remain as 69 in total, and 22 have been built to date, with the remaining 47 to be built over the next 2 financial years.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay. I'm thinking perhaps actually we might take this opportunity to have a short comfort break. 15 minutes, so we'll come back at 25 past. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Right, thank you everybody. So we got to item 19 on the agenda, concerning sites STO 7 and STO 9 in Stocksbridge, Deepcar area. And the questions were just about really the council's assumptions for including these two sites in the trajectory. Firstly, SDO 7 in years 6 to 10. I was just wondering about the previous planning permission on the site and when that lapsed and what activity there'd been since then. If you could.
Thank you, Ma'am. So taking SDO 7 first, so we have estimated that delivery will be in year 10 of the plan period. And this is based on confirmed availability by the landowner as part of the 2019 call for site submission. The land has not been subject to any previous planning application. It comprises of a car park which is not in active use at the moment. So there are no constraints on the site, and the site has been confirmed as available by the landowner through the call for sites process.
Okay, that's fine. I've got no further questions on that one. And ST9.
Thank you, Ma'am. So SDO 9 is for 33 units. The site does have just about extant permission. It expires in October 2024. This is for 33 apartments. So the agent has confirmed that the scheme would be delayed due to viability. Therefore, delivery has been moved outside of the current 5-year period. The council have reviewed that the area is showing potential improvement in viability over the plan period, and the agent has confirmed that the site is only to be delayed. So therefore, we have moved delivery into the year 6 to 10 period.
Just to clarify, in your note from October, you've said that the site's available and the council considers there's a reasonable prospect of funding will be available by year 6. Is that what you meant to say? And if so, what funding did you mean?
Apologies, Ma'am. I think that's just poor phraseology. That's a word. Phraseology. And it's probably linked to how the agent relayed their information in that the scheme would be delayed. So I think that's just poor writing of the commentary of the description. No, we're not anticipating any external funding on this particular site, so I think that it's just how it's been written.
Yes, thank you. That was kind of what I was wondering. So, if it's not currently going ahead due to viability, what was your assumption that would change so as to be able to enable it to be delivered in?
Yeah, certainly. I think just as set out in the council's whole plan viability assessment, this area is a potential area for improvement in viability over the plan period. So that was our rationale for still remaining within the 6 to 10 delivery category.
Mr. Bolton, did you want to comment on that? Or any of those?
We're just on this and the other sites, when you're looking at them, the whole plan viability assessment indicates that these sites aren't presently viable. So I think you need to bear that in mind to whether or not they meet the criteria of being developable. Personally, I would have thought you would have needed something a little bit more cogent than just the assertion that it might become more viable in the future.
Mr. Vincent.
Yeah, it was just to make the point that obviously the whole plan viability appraisal in Appendix 17 has looked at, the sensitivities around viability, and actually the appendix there shows that certainly for the northwest of the city, quite a small improvement in values or a small change in residual values can actually make these sites become viable. And so I think we've taken the view that, with some small improvement to viability, that these sites will, are deliverable during the plan period.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. I don't have any further questions on those ones. Item 20 is site SD 08. I can see that you've put this into the later part of the plan period. Just to check, are there any definite plans for the existing use to be relocated, or is that a future?
Thank you, Ma'am. Yes, so this particular site is in council ownership, and it was brought forward as part of a land assessment of available sites. However, we have now had confirmation that the site is not available. It's currently in use for sheltered accommodation, and it's not proposed to be in any council programme that we are aware of. So we are proposing to deallocate site SD08 for 33 units.
Okay. Mr. Vincent, did you want to say anything there? No. Okay, in that case, so we don't need to talk about anything to do with flood risk on that site, because it's going. Right, okay. So then, moving on to SD11, item 21. So this one is included in the first 5 years of the plan period, is that right? Can you just outline your thinking, your assumptions for delivery by, I think I've got it noted down as 29:30 for delivery of this site. If you could just explain any work that's happened.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. So this site is for 14 units. There was a reserve matters approval for these 14 units, which expired in 2022. There has been recent planning activity on the site, notably in February 2024 for a 75-bed care home. And then in August 24, there's an outline application for a 90-bed care home. Both these applications were withdrawn, but on the grounds of overdevelopment, not availability. Development management have proposed that pre-application now is the best next step, which the applicant has confirmed they are in agreement with. Therefore, the Council are of the view, owing to the history and establishment of suitability of this site through previous permission and the 2 subsequent schemes submitted in 2024, the Council is of the view that there is evidence that the site will be deliverable in Plan Year 5. And just to, follow on my point, in Plan Year 5, however, taking on board the reasons that I have just set out, we are proposing that the scheme would be brought forward in Year 6, which is 2030-31 of the plan period. And that's because it meets the tests of developability, not deliverability.
Yes, I think that's probably sensible to push it back into year 6, given that there's a need for further discussions about the scale of development, which might have other implications in terms of the scheme and its viability. Okay, so that's a change to the trajectory, which will be updated presumably on that one. Yeah. Okay. And then also on SD11, proposed condition requiring a sports and urban green space impact assessment. That's fine. I don't really have any comments on that, other than the links into what we were talking about the other day about sort of conditions about
it does
mitigation for.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
It links into the discussions we had about perhaps a separate policy on playing pitches, sports facilities. Obviously, we had that discussion with Sport England, and something we'll discuss at stage 3, hopefully. So, I think we would like that. We agree to that condition, or we'd like that condition included, but obviously that's subject to discussions at stage 3 and a subsequent policy on this issue specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a particular concern about it being included here, because I think it probably provides certainty given the close proximity to the bowling green, is it?
It's a tennis court as well. I think it's more the tennis court, I suppose, than the bowling green. That's some bowling, isn't it?
The bowling green, bowl club it says. I've got in my note, yeah. I know we had a wider discussion a little bit about sort of the wider principle about whether we'd include these kind of conditions in site specifics or leave it to a policy, and that's something that we can take a view on.
I mean, we're happy for that condition too. Obviously, we've proposed it, so yeah, I think fine to stay. Yeah, it just reflects the specifics of the site, and as you say, the proximity of that tennis bowling centre.
Yes, I think probably on reflection, I'd agree to add that one in here because it is obviously very close, isn't it? So provides certainty. That is an issue that would need to be addressed. So yes, as agreed, that one would be a main modification. So then moving on to site SD13, which I think, am I right in thinking you're suggesting actually moving this one back to year 11 to 14 as the trajectory?
That's right, ma'am. So this is for 10 units. Permission was granted in 2017 for 10 custom-built housing plots on the site. It did expire in 2022. The site is in single ownership, so the applicant is the owner of the site. And with it being a custom-built site, delivery is likely to be different from a volume or traditional house builder. And the council are of the view, owing to the requirement in line with the 2015 Act and the right to build, the council are of the view that this site should remain as an allocation in year 11 of the plan to allow for a custom build plot to come forward.
Okay, that's okay. I don't have any further questions on that. So, unless anybody has any other issues from the council's latest housing sites availability and deliverability information, yeah, Mr. Bolton.
Okay, this is going to sound a little weird, possibly, but I think they're missing a couple of sites, and we made representations on that basis. Our regulation 19, there were two potential sites. One is it's identified as it's within the urban green space zone, but it's actually planning permission has been granted for two different types of development for Hallam Land. And I've got too many things open now. It's basically Broomfield Road, and the second one is at Woodroyd Road, both of which have had planning applications in the past, and I know the owners are still active in looking or promoting them forward for development. So I'm not quite sure why they've been excluded from the plan. In other words, allocated for or zoned for something else when there's existing allocation, especially when the thing I've been complaining about is the fact that the council have been including sites when they've got planning permission that's ran out years ago and they've not been they've been identified, and here are a couple that are still current, still being progressed, and have not been identified in the plan. So the Reg 19 submission is Broomfield Lane, Stocksbridge, and the site number is SO 4144. And as I say, the other one's Hollingbusk Road. So it's really something for the council just to look at, and clearly if they are extant planning permissions which haven't been completed yet, do they need to be identified or at least colour the right colour on the plan rather than be allocated for open space?
Is that something
Thank
you're
you.
able to
yeah, hopefully we've got quite an easy answer to this one, and actually it relates to your next question, 24. Mr. Bolton is of course right. They're very welcome family homes in Stocksbridge and Deepcar that do both exist on sites with planning permission. In this instance, it's actually a matter of timing. Those two sites were both granted permission during the summer of 2023, after which was after the point at which we'd done our Reg 19 consultation and just immediately prior to the month that council approved the plan for submission. So they weren't picked up by being put into the plan as potential allocations, because obviously they hadn't been granted at the point before that, and because of the means, to be fair, slightly trickier sites with them being greenfield sites, we wanted to wait for them to have planning permission before there was certainty there. I thought somebody said no. Sorry. Mike wants to come in. But just going, I think we'll come back to the proposed changes to the policies map in your question 24, which are actually set in place to reflect the policy zones arising from those two permitted schemes.
We'll just take this away as well, if that's okay, and just sort of look back at the history, because there was a site, and I think it was one of the Holland-Bus sites that members, possibly before the Regulation 19 plan went for consultation, voted to take out of the plan, which was proposed to be an allocation. I've got a suspicion it might be one of these sites, but we need to just go check that as well. So I think there's a couple of things going on with these sites that it's probably sensible for us to go away and just check the history. But I do think there was an aspect of that as well, in terms of one of the sites at least being removed pre-Reg 19 by members through an official council decision.
If I could just add one very minor thing. The capacity on those sites isn't lost in that effectively the capacity from those permissions is within the plan capacity as windfall sites. So we're not concerned that we've lost the potential to deliver those units within our thinking around this sub-area.
Yeah, so the council aren't proposing to allocate those sites, but they're still within your housing land supply figures, presumably. So that's because of the timing.
The history of the Holling-Bus Lane site is correct in terms of what Mr Johnson was saying. It was an allocation and was taken out, although it now has planning permission, but is zoned as urban green space. So it's not just a case of whether it's counted, it's a case of whether that designation is right. And I accept the council will go away and have a look at that, because they, as Mr Johnson said, if it was a decision of the members to take it out, there probably needs to be a little bit more work done than just changing the recommending a change to the present zoning of the site.
Is this something that is going to be picked up in the next item on changing the green space zone? Okay, so I don't need any further information on those points, but if you could explain the proposed changes to the policies map, to item 24 then, and perhaps how that relates back to Mr Bolton's point.
Yeah, I think obviously due to those planning permissions being granted, we have proposed that those areas be removed from the urban green space zone, so they will become residential. So that, I hope, addresses Mr Bolton's concerns.
Yeah, so if they've got planning permission, then presumably the urban green space zone would conflict with that, so that those changes to the policies map are required. Yeah.
Just a further point, Ma'am, on both the sites. Mr Bolton has referred to both Woodroyd, which obviously doesn't have an allocation, but it's a HELA reference of SO 1157, and Holland-Busk SO 4144. Both are within our current five-year land supply, just to confirm that position.
And the changes to the policies map then, if you can, that's fine. If you can make a note of those separate to the main modifications, but as modifications to the policies map. Okay, thank you. So moving on then to item 25. Any other comments on matter 16 sites or so again, if anybody wants to speak about emission sites, that's fine, but if you can just keep it to a couple of minutes, please, and so there won't be any further questions on those sites. I think you put who wants to go first? Okay.
Thank you. It's just relating to on SDO3, in the exam 81 document, the trajectory document with the commentary, it was picked up earlier in the week that the wording in the commentary was that there was an error there, and we have had an email back to say that will be corrected, but I can't see it's being corrected yet. That's right, isn't it? And that is to be corrected.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mum. Yeah, I won't be long. I won't be a couple of minutes. So yeah, similar to what I was saying the other day, I think, Mum, when we were talking about housing matters. Obviously, as we've been going through these stage 2 hearing sessions, clearly we've been seeing, I think, sites being pushed back, sites being removed from the plan, question marks over the delivery and timescales and capacity of sites as well. I think only sitting down in this session today, I think a site's been deleted that removed 33 homes from the sub-area. So I think, as we've said before, is obviously it's fine, it's one thing pushing sites back and removing sites, but actually it's addressing the housing need and the crisis that we're in at the moment in terms of addressing affordable housing, other types of housing, different types of housing need in the area. So I think, as you've seen in our submissions, Mum, obviously other appropriate sites have been put forward. Clearly we're constrained by the strategy that the council have been put in by the members when they went to committee in terms of the spatial strategy for the plan, and obviously not to consider sites in the Greenbelt. Clearly there are those sites that have been put forward. Clearly, as from the stage 1 hearing sessions, we're awaiting further evidence and further information in terms of the assessment of some of those smaller sites. As you've seen in our earlier submissions, we've had a particular look at Stocksbridge on behalf of Strata in terms of the particular needs of different types of housing needed within Stocksbridge. We've submitted a housing market assessment with our Reg 19 submissions, but also with, I think it was the Matter 3 hearing statement. I think that was one that was around housing, where we identified that as a specific need to increase the number of homes and diversify the housing stock within Stocksbridge and Deepcar. A lot of Stocksbridge and Deepcar has actually come forward at a similar period in its evolution, obviously to address the needs of staffing at the steelworks. So a lot of the houses are very similar size, similar type, and obviously there's a need to obviously try and diversify that, inject the regeneration that the area so badly needs. It's not just about the number of homes, it's about the type and quality of those homes as well, to support the wider regeneration of that area and the city region at large. We've obviously put forward a site at Townend Lane on behalf of Strata, which can provide that diversified mix of homes. Obviously we've attached a vision report to original Reg 19 reps, but also I think to Matter 4 as well, so you can see it there. Clearly we've undertaken a lot of work in terms of demonstrating the availability, suitability and achievability of that, and therefore the site is deliverable. We've also undertaken our own Greenbelt assessment as well for that site, and obviously it can come forward and deliver a mix of homes over a short period of time, and it broadly could deliver around 100 homes. Given we've already just taken out 33 homes within this sub-area itself just today, along with a number of other sites in the area over the last few weeks as well, I think there's a desperate need to review the strategy of the plan, Mum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if nobody's got any other comments on Matter 16, then finally then Matter 17. And is there anybody else that wants to come to the table or leave or leave at this point? Right, okay, thank you. So would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Matthew Good from Pegasus Group here on behalf of Havant Homes.
Okay, right. So I've only got a couple of questions on this particular matter, but and there will be an opportunity for other comments under item 28. So firstly, policy SA9, proposed deletion of requirement to provide employment land. This is just to reflect a planning permission that's...
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
It's 1.03 hectares, not the 103, I think, in the question. But yeah, just before everyone gets too carried away and kind of frightened. Yeah, it's just to rectify a planning permission. Reflect.
Okay, so that's fine. I haven't got any further comments. So that would be a main modification to remove that requirement, just to reflect the updated development status of the site. Okay. So moving on then to site CH01. And that this was just a question about the prospect that the site will be developed within year 6 to 10. Can you just provide a little bit more detail on that, please?
Thank you, ma'am. So site CH01 is for 14 units. The site has extant planning permission confirmed by 4 condition applications that have been discharged in 2022 and more recently in 2023. It's a vacant, this site is a mixture of vacant buildings and cleared. The permission is for conversion of the existing buildings for 3 units and then 11 new build. The agent confirmed that the site has been sold with extant permission with conditions discharged, and the council consider there's a reasonable prospect the site will be developable in year 10 of the plan period.
Okay, that's fine. I've got no further questions on that. So does anybody else have any further questions or comments on matter 17 that they'd like to raise? Matter 17. Okay. Do you want to start, Mr. Rose? Or...
Cool. Yeah, I'll just be a few minutes. Promise not to be too long.
If you can just keep it brief on.
Yeah, keep it brief. Try not to get that. So I think, just reflecting on what we've heard over the last few weeks, in terms of, obviously, here in this session on behalf of rural developments, obviously looking at employment land, and just having a look at the supply position as we're here at the moment. So I had a look, and I've gone through the council's written statement, the employment land supply from the written statement, and obviously cross-referenced that to exam 34 in terms of the council's statement of common ground with Environment Agency in terms of flood risk, and also looked at exam 56 as well. Just trying to see where we've got to in terms of sites over the sessions that I've been at over the last week or so. And obviously the council's supply position in terms of allocation suggests it's 131.15 hectares. But that's actually broken down when you look through the written statements for these sessions. That actually, obviously, there's only 110.31 hectares of that is actually classed as B2 and B8. the rest of that is made up of EG1, 2, 3, and also there's a small amount in terms of other E-class uses. So a lot of that is actually not into the sort of meeting that industrial need that's been set out in policy SP1. When you break that down further in terms of the impact of the Statement of Common Ground with the Environment Agency, which largely relates to further modelling work and whether some of those sites are actually reduced into net developable areas, that actually 40% of those sites, 40% of the area of those sites is actually taken up. So therefore we start looking at the risk of delivery, the capacity issues actually delivering the employment land that's actually been forecast for. Of that 110 hectares that's identified for B2B8, 41 hectares is actually, nearly 42 hectares is actually taken up with sites that are actually picked up by that sort of flood constraints. We've also, through just the sessions I've been at, I think we've lost about nearly 8 hectares of employment in terms of deletions or capacity site areas actually being removed. So that's actually down to like 102.41 hectares we're looking at here. So what we're looking at is a position where actually the employment land supply in the plan is actually diminishing. It's constrained, there are issues. Some of those areas we don't even know if they're actually viable once you actually remove some of these issues in capacity areas. And then the thing we touched on a little bit yesterday, and obviously we touched on in terms of the strategic sessions, is about the quality of the employment land and the type and use of those employment sites. The sites that we went through, which are over 5 hectares in terms of the council's position, but obviously we question that within our Matter 5 hearing statements in terms of how we've assessed the sites. There are only 5 sites over 5 hectares. We touched on that ESO1, that's got British land objection and issues. ESO6, which is Utu Kumpu, we've assessed that's largely complete anyway. NESO1, which is the Smithy Wood site, the council having at 11 hectares. We've actually looked at that, there's only 3.5 hectares really left, and that's in a couple of plots. So again, it's not meeting that strategic need. SESO4, which we spoke about yesterday, that's Mosborough. That's being advertised, but none of the units are over, or the plot areas are over 100,000 square foot. The largest is at 86,000. NESO3, which is the Blackburn Way, that's got significant constraints and issues. It has had planning permission in the past, we accept that, but it's got issues on access because you've got to go through 2 sort of railway bridges. So again, it's not really available for sort of large strategic sites. So what you come back to then is that there are other appropriate sites that have been put forward that can meet this strategic need. So sorry, that's a long-winded way to come back to that point. Just identifying the actual significance of the issue here, and that Sheffield should really be trying to make and actually deliver and meet the identified need. Not just what we're actually saying that they should be meeting, it's their own evidence that says they actually need to meet that. But even within the plan itself, the supply position is coming down, and the type, range, quantity, quality of sites and those accessible strategic road network are just not there in the plan. So obviously we put forward, which is in this sub area, obviously you've seen it, there's our delivery report that we appended to Matter 5, I think it is, or Matter 4 hearing statement in terms of the site at Hesley Wood, that what we're calling at the moment Junction 35 Sheffield Gateway. That site was actually identified within the earlier committee reports that the council took to their committee when they were looking at the sort of spatial strategy. It was identified within those as a previously developed site. So we consider that site should be allocated and it should come forward now within this plan. We've obviously done a lot of evidence, significant technical evidence in terms of delivering that site. It can deliver 1 million square foot of employment. It's right next to strategic road network. Obviously, you've seen we've put in a model logic report which shows why that junction is so desirable, and actually it can deliver the jobs and growth, not just Sheffield City need, but the city region needs as well. So I'll leave it there because obviously you've got all the information and the evidence, but I think it's just become so profound as we've gone through these weeks at this examination in public, just what the critical issues are and what a position actually we are in at the moment. And obviously the spatial strategy needs to change. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you. Mr Wood, want to go next?
Mr Good, Ma'am. Thank you. I'll keep it quite brief. You'll be aware through our previous comments at different stages of this examination, we have some concern around the lack of housing allocations within this sub-area, being only 25, and we've heard that one of them has issues, which means it's been pushed back within the trajectory. That 25 is less than 0.1% of the overall housing requirement, which is quite surprising given this is a principal town and a focus for growth as identified by the plan itself. I'm aware the reason for that is the council's stance on greenbelt release. However, that does have implications in terms of meeting the need that's generated within this settlement and sub-area. Not only for market, but also for specialist types of accommodation and affordable housing. And it's those issues which we find particularly troubling when there are other potential alternatives that are provided to the council. I won't go through our site in detail, ma'am, because you're aware of it. We have submitted the promo document, etc. But it's worthwhile just pointing out that that site is, as we provided evidence to suggest, that it's self-contained, it is within the Greenbelt, so hence it didn't get much further than the submission. And we consider it could provide a strong defensible boundary. And also it scored quite poorly against the council's own criteria, which we went through on the Greenbelt Day, so I won't reiterate those points, but it's worth saying again that it did score quite poorly in the council's own assessment. It's also in close proximity to services and facilities, and we identified that site could bring forward circa 180 dwellings, which would be more akin to something what you would expect within a principal settlement, or at least we consider so, as well as much needed affordable housing as well, which we'll address in a few days when we look at the local housing need assessment update. I'll leave it there, ma'am, but that's essentially our case in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. And Mr Bolton.
Thank you. And again, you will have seen our submissions on behalf of Limes Development at the Regulation 19 stage, and at this one there's a site promotional document that goes along with that. I endorse the comments that have just been made about where we are with this plan. We are 1,000 a year short of the standard method, 600 short of the new standard method should it come through, which would require an immediate review in any event. And in the words of Mel Middleton, the inspector at the Welland Hatfield local plan, when you're dealing with a Greenbelt constrained authority, and the claim is that there is no capacity in the Greenbelt, his approach, which I believe was the correct one, is no stone should be left unturned in order to try and make sure that need is met. It's not being met elsewhere. We've heard that. The statement, the statement of common ground makes it clear between the authorities that the council at the time of submission thought they were meeting their full needs. I would suggest they knew at the time they weren't, but that's the position they took. So they said they didn't need the statement, they didn't need to fulfil this duty to cooperate. But turning to this site in particular, again, it's a triangular site. It's got a built form on both sides. Third side's a railway line with further development behind that. Doesn't form part of the wider countryside. Doesn't form part of the wider Greenbelt function. There's clear visibility between the areas of development across the site. And it comes down to, if you like, how you score the site. If you actually look at what's being proposed, there's 4.5 hectares of parkland being proposed together with the woodland, and that's option 1 on page 15 of the promotional document. Overall 300 dwellings, which is a significant provision with the appropriate affordable housing, and also because of its agricultural land at the present time, its development and provision of 4.5 hectares of parkland brings forward significant significant biodiversity net gain. It's not just 10%, it's way, way higher than that. Many more hedgerows, the suds, and if you like, the planting on the informal open space. And indeed, we're proposing the tree belt. Now, I know trees don't score very highly in biodiversity net gain because of the time it takes to mature, but personally, I do think that they are a major contribution to a development. And it seems to me this is an indication on a small scale of what could be achieved in the city if they decided to go for what I'd say a greater and greener city. In other words, you come forward with a site with 25%, 30% not being developed, but actually coming forward with green infrastructure, providing, if like, open space and both formal and informal for existing proposed residents. So I would commend the site to you in terms of when you come to your considerations of whether or not the plan is sound and whether or not there's reasonable alternatives. I would suggest that this is one example. You've heard many others as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if anybody, unless anybody else has any further comments, is there anything else the council wants to say in relation to matter 17? No? Okay. So in that case, I'll close then this morning session, and we can break for lunch, and then do you want to?
Yes, so I'll be doing the closing session with the council after lunch. I'm probably going to need about an hour. Is that okay with everyone else? So if we say 1:15, yeah, we'll resume then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for everybody's contributions this morning, and so we'll close this session. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. If you can sit in the audience, then that's absolutely fine. Yes. try and talk louder than him. Okay, so this is obviously the closing session. I have three main things on the agenda to go through. Firstly, obviously going through the list of main modifications and actions from this week and the week previously. Secondly, the issue about the housing trajectory and 5-year supply, where we're at with that. And thirdly was just touching base with the updated hearing programme that we've obviously had quite a lot of changes. So really it's just checking in on that and talking as well about next steps. I've got a fourth one though. I've just seen an email that you sent this morning. So apologies for not seeing it before about some potential site deletions that we were talked about on Tuesday. So it was just a very brief email you sent. I'm sorry, I can't remember who it came from. Was it you, Miss Roden? Okay, so in terms of those sites, I'm assuming you've reflected, following our discussion yesterday and today, that those should be deleted as well, for similar reasons as discussed for other sites where there was issues about availability. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And just to confirm, that's site allocation NES 15, ES 38, ES 39 and ES 42.
So, sorry, Mum. I mean, just to be clear on that, in terms of the chronology, obviously lots of work went on behind the scenes to produce these tables in quite a short time scale. And so that sort of critical analysis that you've seen, I think, in the last 2 days has kind of been backdated to those sites, essentially.
That's fine. And in terms of, I think that I was obviously not here on Tuesday and not involved in those particular sites, but I think my colleagues, or Rosie Morgan, has confirmed that they mirrored some concerns that she had about the deliverability of those sites. So I think on those basis we would agree that they could potentially be main modifications to the plan. Okay, so moving back to the agenda, so should we go through the list of sites? Thank you very much for providing the list, and I appreciate it was obviously sent over quite late last night. You're obviously been burning the midnight oil, like I think we probably all have, so the weekend can't come sooner. So there were there were a couple of differences I think that I found. There were two just general ones. Firstly, you've noted, I think there are a few minor modifications have sort of sneaked in the list. Obviously, the purpose of this document is that it forms a record of the actions and the main modifications, and then goes on the examination library in that form, basically. So if you could just take out any minor mod references from the document. And then secondly, with sites, there's quite a few, obviously, changes in site capacity, which we've agreed together. It'd be really useful if you could actually put the change in site capacity and the figures in there, because it's just a really handy reference rather than having to look them up somewhere else. So, yeah, they're just two general points. Okay, so I'll try and get through this as quickly as I can. It's a bit difficult. There aren't any page numbers, so we're going to have to sort of navigate our way through as best as we can, and there aren't any, but there's a few numbers at the side, so I'll try my best to be quick. Okay, page 1, row 3. So this is to do with Annex A, Appendix 1. So I also had in here, one of the differences was site SS08 has planning permission for 55, not 29. I think it was just one difference. So I think it was a case of, in the agenda I had listed all of the changes to be made, and the last two were incorrect. So one was SS09, which you've picked up there. I had the wrong figure, and I think I had the wrong figure in the agenda for SS08. Does that ring a bell with anyone? What I suggest you do, if I run through these, and we can come up then with obviously a revised version. If you send it to the inspectors via the programme officer, we can check it again and have a discussion through in writing. Does that sound okay? Yeah. That's fine. If you just note that down, SS08, and yeah, we can check it later. Okay, turning over then to page 2, the very first one. So, amendment reference 56. You've got down, provide suggested rewording regarding flexibility in relation to requirement for biodiversity net gain to be delivered on site. So I've got something a bit more specific, which I thought might be quite useful. I've got council to revisit the condition on biodiversity net gain to ensure it complies with the biodiversity gain hierarchy. In terms of off-site provision.
Thank you. Yes, that's fine. I think it's because I was covering that question in place of somebody who knows a lot more about BNG than me, so I think I just might have misinterpreted it. So.
Okay, that's the first bit, and then allows flexibility to deliver BNG in areas outside the ecological corridor. Shall I read that again? And allows flexibility to deliver BNG in areas outside the ecological corridor. Okay. Then below that, there are 4 changes to do with heritage. And I think my changes read completely differently. So what I was going to suggest is if I send you my version in writing and we just deal with those 4 in that way. So, actually 5, so the heritage ones. Then the last one on that page, action, so 59, I think that's already captured in the first action. Because you basically produced that new document.
Yes, because we provided updates.
Okay.
Although we have put target completion, so should we just get rid of that line?
Yeah. Yes, if you just get rid of that line. Okay, nothing on the next page. The following page. Okay, so the second line, where it says 63, instead of your wording, I've got amend wording, enhance the offer. In part G of SA1 and part C of CA3 to be clearer. Okay. Then you've got a text comment where you've said, I didn't note this one below. I've said, I agree, actually, that was in my notes. So that would be just an action, just to confirm. Moving over to the next page. I had one additional modification to do with when we were discussing the master plan issues. I've got add reference to the existence of the Sheffield Station Master Plan in the site policies SV 02, 05 and 11. So we were obviously having a discussion about the SA policies and the CA policies, but then there were 3 site-specific references, I think, as well. You said that you wanted to add reference to the existence of the master plan.
Sorry, just for clarification, is that the existence of the station master plan in the site allocation policies for those sites?
Yes, it must be, because they're like specific site references, SV02, SO5 and SV11. Does it not ring a bell?
information. It's not a condition on development, is it? It's just that they are within that area. In fact, they're not within that area. They're near it. So, yes, the discussion was that those benefit from proximity to the master plan.
So looking at the agenda for central areas, Matter 9 agenda, unless I've noted it down on item 6, so it says, as set out in, well, the very last line says, in proposed modifications in CD1 for sites SV02, 05 and SV11.
Thank you, that's a lot clearer. It's the requirement for the development to realise the aspirations of those master plans, isn't it? So that does need to be a condition on development. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on then to the next page. I've got an additional modification, which was policy SA1, add reference to the provision of further primary healthcare facilities. Does that make sense? That's fine. It was, so in there you've picked up, you're going to add reference to primary healthcare facilities in CA 1, 3 and 5. I also had add reference to it in policy SA1. Then underneath, action 68, you've got provide additional information on the council's involvement with the relocation of a GP centre near at Morford, New Era Square. Just to confirm, as far as I'm concerned, that action isn't needed. I think it might have been something that was offered, but on reflection, we would say that it isn't. So that can be removed. Moving to the next page, and the top row, where it's HT32 PS 26. You've got their update modification to relate to policy CA1 rather than CA1B. We had a slightly different take. So we've got, instead, amend CA1B to say the catalyst site will be redeveloped as part of central sub-area CA1. Shall I say that again? No, you've got that, okay. And refer to master plan in supporting text. Okay, moving on to the next page. Under 71, so the third row down, I also had increased the site capacity from 368 to 525. Does that chime with you? This is site CW03.
That's right, yes. I recall the conversation and that we'd asked them for information about when it was going to be developed. I don't think we'd agreed to the capacity increase, but I'm sure we'd be happy to.
We agreed to the capacity increase. It was just confirmation on the remaining, when that would be brought forward.
Okay, yeah. So there's two aspects. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So the capacity increase is a main modification then, and the
the other one's
information
an
is just an action, isn't it?
Yeah. So moving on to the next page, I just had one additional action under this. I had this is where the SA policies have the housing capacity and employment capacity figures for the whole area. So I've got that we agreed that after the stage 2 hearings, the council would review whether those total figures align and make sense effectively. So obviously following all the revisions to site capacities and trajectory and everything else. And the council will take then a view whether there needs to be revisions to the totals. So that's in the SA policies and the CA policies as well. Okay, moving on to the next page. I had one for site HC03, so this is the 5th row. There's an action there that says provide background capacity change at HC03. I also had a modification to reduce the site capacity from 1,006 to 650 due to site constraints. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, nothing on the next page. Nothing on the page after. Nothing on the page after that. Nothing on the page after that. So then we're up to a page which starts PG 11, just to check we're on the same page. We had one additional action on site NWS 19, and I've got down here, provide update on discharge of conditions on application. Nothing on the next 2 pages. Then this page says, the very first row, provide draft statement of common ground between Sport England and the council. I obviously wasn't at that session, but I understand that it was something that the council was saying that you were working with Sport England on, but I'm not sure it's something that we're requesting. So obviously there's quite a lot of work going on, isn't there, in the background on various sites, but I don't think we're looking for a statement of common ground in that form.
No, that's fine.
Then, sorry, one additional one on this page, policy SA4. I've got down here, revise list of strategic sites in policy SA4. Remove ES21 and include ES28 and 30. Does that ring a bell? And I've got here, it's as set out in your hearing statement, WS12. Am I okay to move on? Yep, next page. Additional one on ES01. Got here, reduce the area and capacity on flood risk ground. And the same goes for ESO2 as well. So reduce the area and capacity on flood risk grounds.
Yes.
And then one I couldn't find, although I haven't spoken to David Troy about it, is ESO3, where it says, that, sorry, it's second last row, 86, ESO3, says remove reference to the source in the site description. We didn't have that on our list, but I will have to check with my colleague.
The site doesn't think that's why.
And quite minor. If it is just that, then I'd probably say it's just a minor, so it can be taken out. The third row down, 89, you've got provide further information on the site sale details, just to say that we don't need that information, so that could be struck off. That's site ES50. Next page, no comments. No comments on the further 3 pages. So we've reached a page now where it's got south sub-area halfway down. And so this would be the last action for the South East Sheffield. I've got an additional modification, which was to map 10. Correction to remove site SES 10 as a strategic site. Because the map, obviously we don't direct changes to policies maps, but the map falls within the actual document, I think, doesn't it? Is that correct? Yeah. Does that make sense? Oh, do you want to pause and just try and reconnect? Yeah. It kept happening to me as well this morning, so let's just pause. Just shout when you're reconnected. Okay, so no more comments on the previous ones. That brings us up to today's lists. So from this morning's session then, the first one I had was site SWS01, modification to delete the allocation. Is that correct?
Thank you. We have written these ones up over lunchtime, so hopefully this will be a bit quicker.
Second one I had was SWS02, reduce the capacity of the site and remove as strategic site. Does that chime with your list? Yeah. And then SWS03, delete the allocation. SW4, increase the capacity from 60 to 67. Action, provide timetable for demolition and relocation. I don't know, I think there was some, you said that we were going to feedback at the end of the session on that. I don't know if that was done.
On SWS 04 and 10, yes, I mean, I've got updates if that's helpful now or an appropriate time. Yeah.
Okay, please, thank you.
Yes, so SWS 04, just as a reminder, that was for, as confirmed, 67 units, and proposal in year 5 of the plan period. Just to confirm, the site is going imminently to planning committee, recommended for approval. The buildings on the site are vacant and in ownership by the NHS, who are the developer and applicant. So they own the site, they are developing it jointly with a developer. They are keen to demolish the sites quickly as they are vacant and currently health and safety liability. Thanks.
And there was a second one, SWS 10.
There was, yep. So 53 units. Again, imminently going to planning committee, recommended for approval. I think the query on this was about the capacity at 53 units in comparison to 14 units as originally in the site allocation. So again, just to make clear, this is going forward with recommended for approval, and there was a query about the scale of the proposal being 5 stories, and that is on the lowest part of the site, and that's been assessed as part of the application in terms of design and is deemed to be acceptable.
Thank you for that information. So I'll strike those 2 actions off the list since they've been done within the confines of the hearing. Then moving on, SWS 03, delete the allocation. Oh, sorry, S08, can't read my own writing. And SWS 11, there was an action. Information on why the application has been withdrawn.
I think you did provide that actually, didn't you?
Did you?
Yeah,
we
that's
talked
the
about that, didn't we?
Aberdale Road, yeah, the tennis, yeah.
In that case, I'll strike that off. SWS 13, a modification was move the site into year 6. Then
sorry, that's an action rather than a modification?
It's a change, I guess, to the trajectory. So it's whether it's a modification or an action, it sort of falls between the two, I guess, slightly.
I had an action right at the beginning, which was to provide an updated housing trajectory following the outcome of these sessions to take account of deallocations and movements. So could we wrap it in that or not?
Yes, it's useful to record the separate decisions, I think, reached at the hearing. So if it's a separate line somewhere, that would be useful. Then there was some discussion on SWS 12 and 16, and it was agreed to remove those as they'd completed. I think that was correct. Whether that was captured previously, because we obviously had that discussion on the first day of the previous week, but if they weren't, then it will be an extra line there. Okay, that was everything I had under that matter. Rosie, was there anything I've missed off before I move on to matter 16?
I don't think so.
Okay. Right, let's move on. Matter 16 then. Sorry, did the council have anything? Sorry.
We did, ma'am, but I just want to get the right site reference before I put it forward. It was in the South East discussions. Can you just give me one moment so I can get the right reference? Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. It was in relation to question 9, D, and matter 13, thank you. Just scrolling to get to it. It's in relation to SES 27. Just get myself there.
Was your question?
It was an update that I think was missed during the hearing. So the question was related to the condition. However, we had an update on this particular site. So it's the Clubhouse Mosborough Miners Welfare. So it was just to update in relation to SES 27. We were proposing to deallocate the site as there'd been a recent pre-application inquiry for non-residential use on the site, and further investigations had indicated there were constraints with the sewers on the site, making residential permission unlikely to be deliverable.
So that would be a modification, and then the other condition would obviously fall away. Thank you. Was that the only one from the previous set? Yeah, okay. So moving on then to matter 16 from this morning. I'll run through the list and Ms Morgan can add to it as well if needed. Sorry. So I think this is under item 13, and it was agreed that C and D were main modifications. So as listed in the agenda. Then moving on to item 14, so this was site SD01, reduce the developable area. So that's a main modification. Then item 15, I've got something on SD07, so there would be a small change. There would be a condition. So this would be a modification to include a condition to restrict development in the flood risk area. And there would be a small change as well to the development area. Is that also picked up? Did you have that down?
Mum, I think that was something we said would go away and check. 'Cause obviously, if we're going to restrict development in an area, it would potentially affect the net capacity. Although it was quite small on that site, so I did want to double check to see if it would have what effect it would have.
Yes, the action I had was to draft a condition relating to the development within the flood risk area, or outside of the flood risk area. Yeah.
I had I picked up the condition, but the issue of checking, that would be an action then. So checking I have got down small change to developable area. So you wanted to go away and check what that would involve. Is that what you're saying? It would need to change though, so that action.
Yeah, sorry.
That would be a modification, wouldn't it?
Yes, for site SDO7, yes.
But, sorry, just to confirm then, 2 modifications. One is the condition.
And one would
and
be
then
the
secondly
developable.
is to change the developable area
Yes,
listed in the policy.
yeah.
Obviously you check what that is, but that's
Yes,
still
that's correct,
a modification. So there's 2 separate ones. Does that chime with you, Rosie? Yeah.
Sorry, Mum. I think there might have been a bit of confusion over which sites we were talking about regarding the flood issue, because SDO7, I don't think is one of the sites. Is it? Okay, sorry, it's been a long day.
No, it's been a long day. I had, obviously in the agenda it says SDO2, but when you were talking I wrote down SDO7 because that's what you were talking about. So I'm assuming SDO2 is an error in the agenda, is that right?
Yes, it was, yeah.
So SDO3, I didn't have any actions or modifications, but Rosie, can you just confirm? Because I have to say my notes have got a bit confused at this stage.
We do have one on this site. In fact, we have 2 on this site.
Modifications under 16, but not under 15 for SDO3. Shall I go on to the sorry, Rosie, was there any flood risk modifications on SDO3?
Yes, I've got under SDO3 you offered to produce a schedule of sites where which were within the local wildlife.
That was under the next item.
Yeah,
right, okay, so I'll come to that.
And then I had D and E as main modifications. Points D and E. I need to find the.
That was fine. I was dealing with 15, so it's getting a bit confusing because like SD is under 2. So yeah, under 16, I had. I think we've both got a list of different modifications there, haven't we? Yeah. Do you want to run through them since you started?
We've got removal of a specific requirement to provide the open space along the riverside as a main modification. We've got changes to conditions that refer to public transport provision, which is our previous reference, PS31, as a main modification. We've got a main modification amendment to detail requirements for a landscaped noise attenuation bund. We've got remove reference to bus routes, which was previous change PG19. And then we'd also got an action, which was to review all the conditions on development for that site, SDO3, in light of the hearing discussion and level 2 SFRA work to check they are consistent.
Sorry, it was specifically the conditions relating to flood risk to look at. Yeah.
Yes.
So the only other additional one was the one that Ms Morgan just referenced, the producing an action to produce the schedule of local wildlife sites that the council proposed, which was a really useful piece of work to do. So I think that was the only other one I had. The next one I had on my list was SDO8, modification to delete the site. Yep. Does that chime with you, Rosie? Yeah. And then SD11, modification to, or change to the trajectory anyway, to change the supply to year 6. And a modification to include a condition requiring impact assessment. Does that chime with everyone?
Yes, we've got the modification. We hadn't added in a line for the change in the trajectory, but we will do.
Rosie, does that chime with you for SD11?
Yes. Yeah, that sounds right.
This is a slightly confusing one, actually. We had site SD05, which we had proposed a modification to deallocate it, but we're withdrawing that. Does that need to be listed? No, let's go to that.
No, it's about the change to the plan, so that's what we're looking at. The next one, we had a discussion about the policies map designation, removing sites from the urban green space zone, but because this is a policies map, that obviously wouldn't necessarily appear in this list. Then the next one I had was policy SA9. I've got delete the requirement to provide 103 hectares of employment land. Is that right?
1.03 hectares, not 103 hectares. Sorry.
So the modification is a different figure. Is that does that chime with you, Rosie?
There wasn't any change to the figure from, it was the condition as proposed by the council.
So there's no change there then?
I think there was just a typo in the question, which in the agenda question it said 103, not 1.03 hectares, so quite significant. But yeah, it's the removal of the 1.03 from the policy because the site's been developed. Yes.
Okay, that was all I had on my list. Rosie, will you just check against yours, and if there's anything else, then shout, and then obviously if the council has anything else that we've both missed, then please shout.
Yep, that was all the ones that we had in our list.
Yes, I think that covers everything.
Okay. Yep. I mean, obviously, once you've produced a revised list based on what we've discussed, then obviously send it through the programme officer and we will obviously have a quick check, and then it can go on the website. So, okay, so that was the first thing on the list to discuss. Second I had down was the housing trajectory and 5-year supply. It's obviously got very confusing, hasn't it, with various versions. I mean, which is normally happens, you know, this is quite standard to happen. We've obviously got the September version, the October the 4th version, slightly different version on the 8th of October, and then obviously we've got the outcome of discussions as well this week. So I think we've got to a stage where we probably need, this is my feeling anyway, we probably need a new trajectory based on the end of this week. Because I think there's been quite a few changes as well from the council's position as well. You've moved on quite a few sites this week yourselves where you've come forward very usefully and said, okay, we can see that there's an availability issue, so we're going to propose them for deletion. So there's some big changes I think it'd be useful to capture. I think it's just going to be really important to have that one version when we go into the Matter 18 supply session. So what I was going to say is if you can take stock of everything we've discussed this week and produce a revised trajectory sometime next week, hopefully. Obviously, I'm waiting for you to tell me how long you need to do it, but a revised trajectory that captures all of those discussions and all the changes. What I want it to be is I want it to reflect the council's position. So we might be having different views, but it has to be the council's position on what you think at this stage in time. Based on the latest evidence. So that would obviously be a critical document that we'll need well before the Matter 18 session. There will obviously be some changes possibly arising out of the central area session, and that's obviously the day before the Matter 18 session.
But if we've got the main trajectory, an agreed trajectory before us, I think it would be fairly easy to just take stock of, have a short list of the changes that come out of that particular day on the central area day, and then we can obviously just have an agreed sort of rough ballpark figure, I think, of how that affects any changes to the totals or to the 5-year supply. Okay, just looking down my list. In terms of the form of the trajectory, I thought it would be useful just to say a few words about that, because there are so many different formats out there, and it used to be so much more standardised, this sort of thing, but from my personal perspective, what I would be looking for is just a really clear table. Obviously, we've talked about quite a lot of sites that are to be deleted. I actually think it would be actually really useful to have a version of the list of site allocations, even where you've proposed them to be deleted. If you've proposed them to be deleted, just put a line through them. If you're proposing a capacity change, put that in red, strike through in that column. So you've got the new figure and it's very clear what the figure is in the plan. So it shows that change from the submitted figure, capacity figure, to what the council's current position is. So there'd be a row for every allocation. Then there would be a column for every year. So there'd be obviously the total figure in the plan. Then it would be followed by columns for every year. And then obviously there'd be totals underneath. Then there'd also be totals for the other sources of supply within a sort of summary table somewhere, I guess. So the allocation table would sit separately. There'd be a summary table that is broken down in terms of all your different 4 or 5 sources of supply per year, and the total per year as well. That then feeds into a graph. So there's an actual graph which has not only the total per year, but shows the breakdown of the 4 or 5 supply sources per year. So it's all really comprehensive. Does that make sense? And I appreciate there are so many different ways of doing this, but it's just having all of it there. I thought it'd be better to say now, in terms of what we're looking, what we prefer to see.
Yes, thank you, Mum. That is extremely helpful, and that is very clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then linked to that...
Sorry, just
that's
before
fine.
we move on the trajectory, we take those points on board and we'll try and get it right first time this time. Do you still want any commentary column in, or are we just going for numbers in this version?
It can just be numbers,
Just numbers,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes it shorter, doesn't it? Much easier to do. And then linked to all of that, a 5-year supply table. So along the lines of the one you've previously done, obviously, but just updated to reflect the new information. And so my question is, when do you think you'll be able to do all of that?
I haven't got the date, but whatever the end of next Friday is.
Okay.
Is that the 18th of October?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. No, that sounds fine. Okay, so I didn't have anything else to say on the trajectory. So moving on then to the issue of the revised hearings programme and next steps. I just wanted, obviously we had so many changes and everything, and it's just, I apologise about that, but it's just been necessary. I think there's been so much information come out and late evidence, and this sort of thing happens, you know, in hearing sessions. So thank you for being flexible in terms of rearranging those sessions. Appreciate that it involves quite a lot of work and running around and finding rooms and rebooking things. So thank you for that. I just wanted to check if everything is in place and everything's okay in terms of the practical arrangements as far as you're aware.
as the council's aware.
Yes, Hannah says everything's okay. We've got rooms, we've got technology. It's all fine. Thank you. But yes, all of the rest of the sessions, as per the dates currently, unless there's any further change, they'll be back in Howden House rather than in here.
Thank you. So in terms of the information I think that we need leading up to the next stages of sessions, the next weeks of sessions, obviously we've talked about the trajectory and the 5-year supply. We've also got the local housing need assessment comments coming back. I think that's the 14th, is it, of October?
No, I had the 21st of October.
Oh, it got changed to 21st.
21st, yeah.
Okay, so that's for the 21st. Also, there's various bits of information I think that we've requested on specific sites. That's probably going to be a priority as well. So if you're able to go through the lists from this week and last week, and if there are any actions, so fairly simple actions like providing an update on, I don't know, the council's programme on X site or whatever, fairly simple ones like that that are to do with site-specific delivery and timings and things, I think that would be really useful for us to have as well. And then in terms of the timings of our agendas, our detailed agendas, which, appreciate is best to have ASAP, I think given that we're not getting the local housing needs assessment comments until the 21st, I think you're really looking at the end of that week for our agendas, our detailed agendas. Is that what you were thinking as well, Rosie? So that's Friday the 25th of October. Does that sound okay to you as well? Okay. I haven't run it past her, so. But I was thinking, realistically, from my perspective, Friday the 25th. So, obviously, we're not sitting until the 5th, so you'd have a clear week, although I appreciate it might be half term.
I think we'll just have to figure it out, won't we? Yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it, coming straight after half term, but yeah. So, in terms of that particular week then, so the 5th, it's starting the 5th of November, isn't it? So as I said, the Matter 18 session on housing supply will be the critical session. And as I said at the end of last week, that's obviously, I think, an area of particular importance for the inspectors, and we are going to be looking critically at overall supply and also 5-year supply. So just to make you aware of that. Obviously, at the moment, as we're sitting here, we don't have a clear picture because there have been so many changes to the 5-year trajectory possibly, but definitely the overall supply trajectory. Some really significant changes this week have been agreed. So we just have to see where we're at. And then once we've had that week of sessions, so the very last stage 2 week of sessions, then the inspectors will deliberate on the evidence, and we will then get back to the council in writing and confirm whether we're proceeding to the stage 3 hearings, which is now planned for the middle of December. So there's enough time to make that decision and then to confirm. Rosie, was there anything else you wanted to say? No? Okay. Did the council have any questions or want to say anything? All right, I've got nothing else to say. So thank you, everyone, for all of your work this week. It's been another long week. I've really enjoyed the setting, though, I have to say. It's been absolutely beautiful, a real treat to sit here. I can imagine it might get quite cold in the winter, but it's okay in the autumn, isn't it? Yeah, so thank you very much. And thank you, Ian, as well, for your work. Okay, thank you.